Good afternoon, and may the force be with you. I'm starting a little bit earlier today than I usually do, actually, a whole lot earlier today than I usually do, because I have a really big Lego set that I want to build uh, on the stream tonight. Tonight, we're doing the third and final part of my three-part series celebrating Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy. And tonight we have the biggest of the four sets that they have released for that series, which is the Dark Falcon. Let's go over to the camera. So as you can see, this box is so big it doesn't fit on the camera. So I just tried to position the picture as best as I could. You can see this is an evil dark side version of the classic Millennium Falcon. Instead of gray, this one's in black. And I'm thinking about getting the white version of the Falcon from Solo as well. I think it'll look good next to this to see that contrast, different versions of the same ship. But this is the remixed version of the Millennium Falcon as seen in Rebuild the Galaxy. This is one of the ships that the villains of the series use. The set comes with 6 minifigures, as you can see here at the bottom here. I can't even get my hand in there. Right around here somewhere. And as usual, we'll talk about those characters as they come out. We're not going to take too much time on them now, but there's 4 bad guys and 2 good guys represented in this set. Okay. You'll also notice that my setup is a little bit different for the set. I wanted to give myself a little extra room to work with. The piece count is comparable to a couple of sets we've done before, but the 3 sets we've done before that were at this piece count, 2 of them were multi-build sets, which meant I could just move builds off screen as I did them. But this is the one single build set that I did around this piece count. It was one where pieces just got layered onto the set as a whole as we went along. But because this is a Star Wars ship, I wanted to allow extra room because Star Wars ships like to do assemblies that get attached to a main frame. So I wanted to give myself a little extra room to work with. So here's the front of the box. Let me zoom out a bit so I can try to show this. I can't really show this and my table's getting in the way. Let's see, can I show the top of the box? That's kind of the best I can do for showing you the box. And of course the back of the box, there's a picture, and then along the top it shows sections of the ship that open up so you can get to the play features inside. But I can't really show this on camera because of how big and massive the box is. Look, the box as a whole takes up the whole surface of my table here. And this isn't even the biggest set that I'm gonna have in my queue this year. So yeah, this is a huge box, and being such a big box, there actually aren't the usual push tabs. It's got the tape. So I didn't even notice that in my preparation for the stream. So let me come into my drawer, get my little tool, and I'll cut the tape open. This is a big build. We'll be here all day. So I know from watching a review of this set long before I was planning to actually own it, that if I'm planning to own a set, I don't always watch reviews. But if I don't know if I'm going to own a set, or if I know it's one I'm not going to own, then sometimes I will watch a review, because I don't like getting things spoiled. I know there's 17 numbered bags, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do bags 1 through 5, take a break, and then we'll take breaks after 9 and 13, and then, of course, after 17 we'll be done. I think that's how we're going to do it. Actually, we're going to make a mess if I dump it out on these tables. Things are going to go flying. I'm going to turn around and dump it onto back here, onto my there. All right. Give me a few minutes to try to get these bags sorted and organized. And wow, this is This is a massive amount of stuff. Give me a few minutes to get these bags organized. We do have this paper packet, which I believe is the instructions. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get the bags into order. We also have this bag here, which has some of the, this unnumbered bag has some of the bigger parts. And I'm just going to, there's a surprisingly few number of bags for this. But look at that canopy piece. I know we won't be seeing that for a while. We won't be adding that for a while, but I can already tell this is going to be a fun look. We do have this big paper packet, which has the instructions in it. Okay, so there's 17. I'm just going to make 4 stacks back here, one for each quarter of the build. Almost ready here back here. Okay, and of course we'll pull out bag 1 and have it at the ready. We do have a separator, so we'll be good to go with that. I'll just set that over here for a moment. And we can begin opening things up now. Okay. So first we'll start with a paper packet. And we'll open this up. So here's the sticker sheet, 24 stickers. The number of stickers is comparable to a Speed Champions car. So considering that this set is like 5 times more pieces and much, much larger, this really isn't that bad because it's about the same number of pieces as a Speed Champions car. So here's our sticker sheet. And here is the instruction manual. Look how thick that is. This is practically a little novel here in its size. This is heavy for a Lego instruction book. But you know how we do instruction books on this channel, so we will do that. And I've actually flipped the instructions onto the other side so that you can see my additional expanded build area here. We'll do the parts pile over here, and we'll do the frame over here, I think. And we have the instructions in the corner, and the characters will line up in the front like we usually do. I'll introduce the characters as they show up. You can see there's 6 of them. 1, yeah. These are crazy mixed up versions of some established characters. There's only one Rebuild the Galaxy character, and the other 5 are remix characters. Classic characters like you've never seen them before, unless of course you've seen the show. The 25th anniversary advertisement. This is the page that shows how to use the brick separator, which you know I know how to use that by now, so let's keep going. And we can open bag 1 and get started. I'm not going to be using the spare table as a regular thing, but it's good to know that my studio is... My current setup is big enough that I have that option if I need to, moving forward for future LEGO streams. So bag 1 is open. And it looks like we're getting right into the build. No characters yet. Let's put our separator and our stickers over here for when we need them. And I can go ahead and begin putting the framework together. So I think, according to the review, it said the first 5 bags are just framework and structure. And then it's bag 6 where we start to build recognizable bits. So we'll see how things go. For such a big ship, this will need a strong frame, so I can totally get behind that. It'll be a few hours before anything's recognizable, I think. Wow. That piece managed to not fall, which is a good thing. And I just did those first couple bits behind the instructions. Sorry about that. We'll keep the build activity over here on this end, if I can. And I'm used to the instructions being on the other side, but I wanted to have the camera able to show as much of the build area as possible, which is why that's not happening right now. So after the first page of instructions, this is our first little bit of the Dark Falcon. Obviously, it's not recognizable, and it won't be recognizable for a long time. Now with Technic, I need to pay extra close attention to make sure I'm putting everything in correctly, because I don't want to mess things up late, to the point where we have a messy fix we have to do later. Yeah, that looks correct. Alright, let's keep going. And you know what I could do with the extra expanded space? When we're done, I could show off all the Rebuild the Galaxy sets together at the end of stream much later on tonight. It's a possibility that I'm thinking about. I'll have to go into the other room to get 2 of the sets, but we have 3 built-in breaks in the stream schedule for today, so that won't be an issue. Okay. I'm still behind the instructions. Sorry. I'll do the best I can keeping the action on camera. But if I go behind the instructions, it's not that huge a deal. There's a lot going on with this build. I think this is where they go. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to go. Okay, how's this one go? Like this. And then like this. And then the big blue pin goes into the middle and secures this bit like this. All right. Lots of technique for this frame. Because this is by both piece count and physical size going to be the biggest ship in my Star Wars collection so far. Actually, if I do these little assembly bits over here and then switch there, I'm naturally not behind the instructions. So okay, these go here like this. Okay, let's do that again. All right. I know I'm not talking much right now. That's because we're doing a lot of Technic right now. And Technic is dangerous to mess up, like I just did. I just messed that up. So let's try that again. Now that's in correctly. And we can move on to this step. Okay, yeah, that looks correct. Let's keep going. You'll see that this frame is going to be big and extensive before we actually start putting on recognizable stuff. I need to figure out how everything's lining up down here. Okay, this one goes across here like this. And then we have these here. So now we're just giving a little bit of extra stability to the Technic bits by securing them in place with these plates. It looks like everything's just supposed to line up flush. So let me... And now we're going to go into bag 2, in which we're going to keep building up the frame. I do see a lot more Technic in this bag as well. Yeah, lots of Technic going on in this bag too. I'm not even gonna make any comments about predicting time or anything like that, because this is a big set. It'll take as long as it takes. We'll be here all day. I'm cool with that. I already blocked out being here for the whole day, so... going to do our first assembly here. So is this the piece I want? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I do like this having extra space to spread out. It's just not a thing I'll have to do for most Lego sets aren't this big in physical size for the actual build. There's no way I would have been able to do uh, an effective build station on camera without the second table for this particular set. Okay, so we're officially a half hour into stream. I talked for a bit at the beginning, so we've been building for about 20 minutes so far. And so far we've got this big, huge Technic frame going on. So yeah, I know I'm not talking a lot right now. I don't have a lot to talk about, and what little I do have to talk about, I have to somehow make last for many hours. Plus, we're doing Technic right now, which means I really need to focus on what I'm doing. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Now this whole section goes here. And it looks like we gotta do another, we gotta make another whole section of frame with over here. I'm starting to see the general outline frame. I'm starting to see the general flat shape of the ship's outline come together in the frame, but it of course doesn't look like anything yet. It's just the basic lower geometry. It'll be a little while before anything on the ship is actually recognizable. But yeah, you can, in the big frame coming together, you can start to see the shape and you can start to see how massive this model really is. Okay. I know sometimes my hands are going behind the instructions. That's because I have the instructions, of course, in a non-standard spot for the stream today. It's just a thing that's going to happen today because I'm not used to having this layout. Okay, that goes in like this. And then we have, this is the last little pieces of Technic in this bag, but I'm sure there's a lot more to come. Why isn't this going in? Do I have things not lined up? Ah, that wasn't pushed in all the way. That's probably why that wasn't going together. But why isn't this going together now? Okay. Yeah, that wasn't pushed in all the way either. Okay. We figured it out. Actually, let me make the instructions a little bit smaller here so that we're not on the main Falcon level here. There. Now you can see the whole table where the Falcon is. You can watch the ship evolve in real time with the instructions moved up like that. Although as we layer things up, I may have to shrink the instructions again. But for now, it's good. Alright. So now let's keep building up the frame here. You can start to see the general outline, but it's not really anything yet. But at least we're building a nice, sturdy, strong foundation for the rest of the ship to be built upon. Make sure that all these bits are secure that I just put in. Okay. So this will be the first of many versions of the Falcon. Well, this will be the first version of the Falcon that I actually own in my collection. This is one of the iconic Star Wars ships that there's been many versions of over the years at many different scales. There's been about a half dozen play scale versions over the years. 2 giant collector series versions. There's the mini scale version. Who knows how many micro scale ones. Yeah, the Falcon has a long history with Lego Star Wars. We've seen Technic frames in other Star Wars ships, but nothing to this degree. But I have a couple other big ships on my wish list, so we'll see a lot more uh, Technic bits in Lego Star Wars over the coming months. But yeah, this is a nice big frame we got going on here. And this will bring us to the end of bag 2. Bag 3, and this is also calling for the first piece from the big parts bag here, so this one's calling for the big plate. So let's get that out. Bag 3 looks like just a bunch of plates. So yeah, it looks like we're going to get a nice little break from Technic in this bag. So it looks like we're going to start plating over the frame here. So yeah, we're basically putting in the first layer of the floor, it looks like, on top of which we'll be building the rest of the details of the interior of the ship. That's how it goes. So yeah, bag 3 is actually coming together pretty quickly, which is a good thing. I predicted 6 to 8 hours for tonight, and it looks like we may actually come in closer to the 6-hour mark. We're still well under an hour, so although we are probably going to slow down and enjoy things once we get to recognizable details. So maybe it's a bit premature to say we're making good time, because I know things are going to slow down so we can admire the details once we start getting those parts of the builds on. We're actually making better timing right now than I ever could have anticipated. That's the wrong piece. This is the one I want. Yeah, that goes there. And then this one goes here. And with that, we've completed bag 3, in which we covered the Technic frame with the first layer of floor. It still doesn't look like much, but it's starting to come together. These clips, I think, are for the entrance ramp. And yeah, we've got a good foundation going here. Bag 4. We still haven't introduced any characters yet, but that'll come with time. There's 6 cool characters we'll be looking at. And given how big this is, it may be awkward to do the thing where we have the characters sit in front. We'll see what I can do with that. We're doing some black on black right now, so it'll be hard to see what I'm doing. But it looks like we're starting to put some dimension and detailing to the interior here. There's some bracket activity going on here. hope that's aligned correctly. The picture is not very clear. It's a little hard to see black on black, even in the instructions. Okay, this one goes here. Not sure what these are meant to be yet, but as the ship gets built up, we'll see what all these little bits are supposed to be. And we're about to get our first sticker. So I think this is our first little semi-recognizable bit of detail here. This is going to be, I think, the hyperdrive generator. And I say that because it's got a similar pattern to the one we actually see in episode 1. Obviously, it's distinctly different. It's a different ship. But it's a similar pattern. And of course, it's a different color because this is the bad guy ship now. It feels weird calling the Millennium Falcon a bad guy ship, but this is the Dark Falcon. This is its mashup version as seen in Rebuild the Galaxy. So there's our hyperdrive generator sticker, the first sticker of the day. And that just plugs in right there in the back. So it looks like we're doing floor details right now, or kind of floor gridding, which will allow us to see later where the different bits of the actual layout go. So we're basically blocking out the floor layout right now is what it looks like we're doing. My collection so far, in terms of ships, has been more about good guy ships than bad guy ships for the most part. So it's kind of refreshing to do this as the first version of the Falcon in my collection because it's a classic good guy ship reimagined as a bad guy ship. I still need to focus on what I'm doing. That's again why I'm not talking much. And really, there's not much to talk about yet, as not much of the ship is recognizable yet. We have the general outline going on, and that's about it so far. But it's cool to have the first recognizable bit in with the hyperdrive right there. So that's cool to see our first really recognizable detail beyond just the shape. Yeah. It does feel very sturdy and solid. That that ship's not falling apart anytime soon. It looks like we're putting in some internal structural bits now, as well as blocking out the floor area for future development. Even at this early stage, with not much of the ship recognizable yet, I can tell how epic this is going to be once it's done. That's the goal we're working towards. This is going to be one of the centerpieces of my collection. It certainly is, for now, the centerpiece of my Lego Star Wars collection. But in terms of my Lego collection as a whole, um, it's up there. Obviously, there's no beating the Mona Lisa for display presence. And now we're going to do a little assembly. Let's move this over a bit so that's not covered by the instructions. You can see it's taking up the whole table. I was right to get a second table for the stream today. That was a good call on my part. And I might do this again for future really big sets, but not all the time. I don't really have room for having two tables going on. Wow, is this what I think it is already? Let's just see where this ends up getting attached, and then I'll know. I'm not going to make any predictions until I see where this gets it for this little assembly. I just want to see where it ends up getting attached. But it does look like it's... Oh, wow. And we do have a printed console, so I guess I'll try and show that on camera, but it's one of the small pieces, so it most likely won't focus properly. There's our little printed console. Okay, so yeah, this is the beginnings of the internal section of the cockpit. You can see the control stick there and the printed console, and this just plugs in over here somehow. Yeah, that's how it looks like it lines up. So yeah, there's the beginnings of the cockpit there. Obviously, there's a lot more that's going to be built up around it, but you can see the basic controls of the ship now. And this just secures all that into its place there. I'm surprised we got the beginnings of the cockpit so early in the build, but it's cool. That gives us a little bit more of the ship's footprint that we can recognize. And then we're building up a little bit more of the internal structure around this side of the ship as well. we get a turntable base. It'll be interesting to see what this ends up being used for. And now we have a little bit of an assembly to do here. Okay. Not sure what this bit is, but it's interesting. Okay, more of the internal structure. As conveying a little bit the distinctive texture of the Falcon walls. Obviously not exact. This is a reimagining of the Falcon, but you can kind of see the beginnings of the wall texture. So if this goes here, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this side of the ship is starting to get built up a little bit. Alright, so I think that's bag 4. Yeah, because now it's telling us to open up bag 5. So we've got the hyperdrive, the beginnings of the cockpit area. This is really starting to come together now. Let's get bag 5 out. And like I said before, at the beginning of stream, bag 5, after bag 5 is when we're going to take our first break. and then every 4 bags after that. Bag 5 is going to start with an assembly here, so let me come over and work on this table for a little while. Oh, and you know what that assembly looks like in the inset picture? It looks like part of the iconic engine thrust, except red instead of blue. Because on the regular Falcon it's blue, but this is the evil version, so the engine thrust is red instead. But yeah, the engine thrust is the thruster ring in the back of the ship is one of the more iconic and well-known parts of the Falcon's architecture. So if that is in fact what we're building now, that's pretty cool. Still no characters yet. I guess we'll start to see characters after the break. So I want the 1x1 version of that. Not the 2x1. There it is. Trans red over regular red gives it this nice bold red color. Interesting way to combo the 2 reds for a nice bold look there. You can see what I mean there. That's trans red over base red. It really serves to amplify the red light effect. Assembly on assembly on assembly. And that's an assembly on the assembly on the assembly. Yeah. Crazy how that happens sometimes on some of the bigger Lego builds. Interesting. So we'll be taking our first break at right around the hour and a half, um, hour and a half mark. We're coming up on that now. We're a few minutes shy of the hour and a half mark, but I definitely need to stretch. So, yeah. We'll be at the hour and a half by the time I finish this parts pile in front of me. We'll take a little break and then we'll keep going. We're after the first quarter of the build, we have the basic outline and the very beginnings of a few details. Bag 5 went together surprisingly quick. You can see there's not a lot of pieces left in front of me. Still no characters, but I have a feeling they're going to start to appear soon. Because there's only 12 bags left, and there's 6 characters, and LEGO likes to spread them out. Oh, interesting use of the telephone piece as a greeble. Okay, so this whole assembly attaches on here, and that was not supposed to happen. That was sloppy on my part, but yeah, it attaches there, and then closes. These hinges all close in, and then this big section connects onto these brackets behind the hyperdrive. So we have our first bit of the exterior shell going on here. And bag 6, it looks like, is going to start with our first character. So I'm not going to spoil that just yet. I was lingering on that page just long enough that you might have a clue to who we get to see when we come back from break. But you can see here the first half of the engine thrust section, and then the wall, the outer wall of the ship, the first quarter or so of the outer wall. So the ship is coming together. I'll lay it out like this so that you can see. Well, light's not going to hit it like that, so maybe like this. And I will turn the instructions off as I usually do for the break. And I'll position it like this. And you can kind of see where the beginnings of the structure now. We have the first quarter of the wall, the hyperdrive, the first half of the iconic thrust ring, the beginnings of the cockpit up here, and the clips for the entry ramp are here. So yeah, you can start to see some of the iconic bits of the Falcon taking shape, but again, it doesn't look like much of anything quite yet, but you can kind of start to see where we're going with this. I'll be back in a few minutes. We've been going for about an hour and a half, so we're actually making a much better efficiency so far than I thought. But with our first character about to appear, and with the details starting to appear, you know things are going to slow down a bit, because we're going to have stuff to talk about over the next few bags, it looks like. Things are finally starting to be recognizable, so I'll see you in a few minutes. I recommend you guys take a stretching break as well. I'm going to go get some water, take a stretch, do what I need to do. And we'll be back in a few minutes to continue with bag 6 and our first of 6 characters we will meet tonight. I hope you all enjoyed your nice little stretch. I hope you all. We are ready to continue with the second quarter of the Falcon build. After the first 5 bags, you can see it's starting to take shape. And let's get ready to open up bag 6. And you can see here it uses another one of the big parts. These flexible rod pieces. We'll pull them out of the bag when the instructions call for them. And you can see also we're about to get our first character. This is Jedi Vader. In Rebuild the Galaxy, the good guys become bad guys and the bad guys become good guys. And Palpatine's the leader of the Jedi Council. And Vader here, he has an all-white suit. And you can see he uses his blue lightsaber. That's a reference to Anakin's saber. So Vader went back to the light side while still in his life support suit. So let's put together... this will be my first Vader variant. I do have a regular Vader. And actually I have... There's a Christmas Vader coming out soon that I will be using. Why did I put that on? I wasn't ready to put that on yet, but I'll just show you. He has a smiley face under his helmet. But I have to take that right back off because I forgot to put the cape on. And before you put the head on, he also has the lower part of the helmet's breathing. Okay, so this little paper packet has all the capes. So I actually just need to pull out the white one. And there's also in this little packet, cardboard packet, I just dropped one on the floor, two differently shaped black capes for characters that we're going to meet later. And I just accidentally bent up one of them. But it looks like it'll be fine. So we've got 2 more capes in here. So I do need to hold on to this packet for later. I'll just set this right over here. Let's pull this back into position. And this is the newer style of really flexible cape fabric. And then I gotta get his little breathing piece on. And now I can put the head on. So this is what Jedi Vader properly looks like unmasked. You can see the little breathing apparatus around his neck, and he's got his cape on now. He's basically a color swapped version of Vader. Now let's put on the rest of him, which is his helmet and his lightsaber. So the helmet goes on like this. And then we need to get his lightsaber out. And he gets a blue lightsaber blade. So he's one of the 2 good guys in this set. And we are also going to have 4 bad guys in the set later, as well as 1 more good guy. So here's the complete Jedi Vader with his blue lightsaber and helmet. Very interesting take on the character. Legends actually did this in the pre-Disney days. So it's cool to see Rebuild the Galaxy bring back that deep cut. The characters are a bit too distant from the camera, but it's going to be too risky to have them on this table. We'll do that for now. If it becomes too much of an issue, we will. No, I'll just keep them on the front edge of this table, out of the way. All right. We'll pull out these two flexible rods when the instructions call for them. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get building again. So I see how this is. So bag 4 was blocking and internal structure on this side, and bag 5 was the wall for this side. So it looks like bag 6 and 7 is going to be the internal structure for this side and the wall for this side, maybe. That's a good guess. Yeah, this is pretty secure. This wall's not going anywhere. We'll talk about recognizable bits as recognizable bits start to take form. But right now it looks like we're just doing, we're blocking out space on the floor. This is my first actual Falcon, but it's my second Falcon related set. I actually have a diorama of one of the interior rooms of the Falcon. Um, Rey and Finn and Chewbacca and BB-8 are having a Life Day party inside the Falcon. That was a nice set. It's if you look at my YouTube channel, it's in the history. Um, yeah. So this one will go here. And this will go here. And then we have these two bricks here. Let's see. Yeah, that side is doing something similar. I know the part I'm actively working on is away from the camera right now because I need to be able to see what I'm doing. That's one of the downsides with Lego streams is I can't always keep all the actions all the actions satisfactorily on camera, but I do what I can. So we're building up some internal structure right now on this side of the ship, opposite from where we were working before. I'll put it there. So this is what we're building up right now. Okay, this goes here, and then these go into here. So yeah, there's not a lot to talk about yet. We're just doing structural stuff right now. Oh, it looks like I was wrong because it looks like already we're going into another bit of the wall assembly here, the outer wall. Okay, yeah, this is going together well. So yeah, this is some more of the engine bit. So this is the other side of the thrust ring. yeah. Okay, that goes there. This goes here. So we're basically mirroring what we did before, right before the break, to create portions of the outer wall for this side of the ship. Alright. This goes here. That just slipped out of my fingers. I had a nice grip on it, and it just slipped. But we're almost done with bag 6 already. Nice use of the roller skate piece is a little greeble for this side of the ship here. Okay, so this will go here, and it will connect in the back here. And with that, oh wow, that's nice. Okay, yeah, that's a good look. You can see the thrust ring, the iconic thrust ring, is now fully formed. Now I have to build up the rest of the ship around it. Definitely not as much development going on yet on this side of the ship as on the other side of the ship. But I'm sure that'll change in the coming bags. We'll see more of this open floor space start to be filled in with details. And here's where we get the flex rod. And we're going to get our second character in the next bag. But we still have to put those two flex rods on. Let's come into here, into the big parts baggie. Let's get our two flex rods. Okay. So these attach to the clips on the outside of the ship here, and then go all the way around where the thruster ring is. Maybe if I adjust it through a little bit like this and a little bit like this, we can press it in a little farther. And here. I kind of want to have the, I should probably adjust that top one a little more as well. Yeah. I want to make sure that these rods are flush against the body here, and that the little bits sticking out from the clips are even. That's fairly even, that's fairly even. This is a smooth fit. Okay, it doesn't perfectly line up, but it's, oh wait, it's supposed to tuck under. Okay then. Well, if I tuck under, I need to give a little bit more clearance on each side here. Yeah, because the picture shows it tucking under the groove here. Is it tucking under? No, it looks like it's just bending around the middle there. Not all the way under. Interesting. Okay. I'll play with it later to get it to look a little bit straighter, but it's good for now. Let's get bag 7 out. So it looks like bag 7, our character, is Darth Rey. And Rebuild the Galaxy may just be a parody, but Darth Rey is actually semi-canon. In episode 9, there's a scene where Rey has a vision of herself as a Darksider. The sequence only lasts for about 10-15 seconds on screen, but it's enough to be cool. And Rebuild the Galaxy took the idea of Darth Rey and ran with it. So let's get Darth Rey put together here. We need to find the leg piece. There's the hood, there's the head. Where are the legs? There's the legs. And she gets one of the capes. Let me look at the picture, because the two black capes are different styles, and I want to make sure I give her the correct one. Yeah. She gets the narrower cape. We're right at the 2 hours of stream right now. So yeah, we get this cape. I'm looking at the box real quick. Yeah, he doesn't have. Alright, yeah, that makes sense now. Okay. Of the 4 bad guy characters in this set, 3 of them use red lightsabers. You can see here Darth Rey. You can see from the picture. Alright. Confident neutral or kind of actiony angry. I think I want to go actiony angry for this one. And yeah, the cape is not resting correctly. Give me a moment to see if I can't get the cape going. So here's Darth Rey. And let's get her lightsaber out. So it looks like she has a double lightsaber thing going on here. In the episode 9 vision scene, it's a hinged lightsaber, but I guess they didn't properly have the pieces for that, so here it's just a double lightsaber, a double pronged lightsaber using the binoculars piece as the hilt. So let's get that into her hand so she can hold it. So here's Darth Rey with her lightsaber. And we will sit her next to Jedi Vader over here. And we will continue building. We're starting to see a bunch of the red detailing pieces in this bag. So yeah, it looks like some more internal structure is going up now around the middle of the ship. And some more floor blocking, some more internal structure. That's what we can expect from this bag, it looks like. goes here. Okay, some more. All right. Yeah, sorry I'm not talking much again. I'm focused right now. So these go in here like this. Okay, one more of those. And that goes in like this. And this goes into here like this. Okay. So yeah, there's right now we're basically shaping up the central core of the ship now. This will give some support for when we eventually put the roof in. Not sure why there's a big hole in the middle of the ship, but I guess we'll find out in the coming bags. So Jedi Vader and Darth Rey. I wonder what other crazy mixed up characters we're going to see soon. There will be 4 more characters before we are done here today. Oh, is that a... Let's build this up, but it looks like something interesting is going on with this step. We have this little crystal piece here in trans red. Is that supposed to represent a red kyber crystal? Are they secretly transporting kyber crystals? Maybe. So that goes in here like this. And we're going to keep putting more pieces onto this central structure here. That goes there. And then this one will go here. We've still got several hours of build left. We've got a long way to go. But the ship is definitely really coming together now. It's got dimension. It's got substance. We're putting up the internal structures that will eventually allow us to close it up the outside. We do have some no, this one goes here. They go here. It looks like we're making a red themed area over here. Now we just got to put in a couple of these around there. Oh wait, is this what I think it is? Let's see how the rest of this little section plays out. So we have this trans red panel piece. Lots of trans red going on for this little bit here. So this will go here. And now to build another one of those. Is this some kind of prison cell, maybe? Force field prison cell? Okay, it looks like we have a spammer. So let's get rid of them. Okay, the spammer has been eliminated. So let's keep going. So it looks like we're building a little bit of a holding cell here. Some kind of evil force field prison going on. And now we're working on the third wall of the prison. Or I should say fourth wall. Because the first wall was the central structure. So yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a forced prison going on. And it looks like we're back to working on the central structure. Still don't know why there's a big hole in the middle of the ship, but I guess that'll solve itself in time. Oh, that's where the turrets were on the top and bottom of the ship in the original Falcon. So maybe this Falcon is going to have turrets in the central column area. We'll see. We'll see how that all develops. Yeah, it does look like there's a handy handle for pulling the wall down. So this might be a plate feature here. For now, I'm going to assume that's meant to be some kind of prison holding cell. There are two good guys who come with this bad guy ship after all. I have that positioned incorrectly. So there, you just saw how the separator works. Okay, that's there. And now I can put these in as they're supposed to be. The ship is already very heavy, and there's still a long way to go here. I hope I can lift it when it's done. I don't think, realistically, honestly, I don't think that this ship is going to pass the swoosh test. But it is very sturdy for its size. I will give it that, at least so far. We don't have a lot of surface details yet, but it does have a strong foundation. Okay, so it looks like Jedi Vader is supposed to be held in there as kind of a little prison cell. Okay, I'm not going to do that right now, though. I'm just going to put the little panel back, and we will continue with the build. Okay, we have a lime green surfboard piece. I have no idea what it's supposed to represent here. Oh, I do know what it's supposed to represent. It represents a character who's coming later. That surfboard is relevant to one of the characters who's in the set. Okay. So these go on like this. This goes right here. Okay, these go here. And this goes here. And now our little kyber crystal, our little red kyber crystal there has a little shrine around it. It's so dark you can't even see the crystal in there because it's blocking out the light, but it's there. Where did this piece fall off from? This little piece came off somewhere. All right, we'll hold on to that piece, and when it becomes apparent where it went, We will fix it. Oh, I see where it went. Okay. No, actually, no, I don't see where it went. I'm not sure where that piece goes yet. Yeah, it goes there. All right. All right, so it's time to go into bag 8. Let's clear the spare bits out. So yeah, so that bag, we were just building up the central column area, which includes a kyber crystal shrine and a prison. So we're not going to get any new characters in bag 8. Okay, let's just keep going with the build. 2.5 hours in, and the interior is starting to really come together now. Everything I'm doing is behind the instructions right now. Sorry about that. Okay. Did I have those straight? I have them straight enough, I think. Okay, yeah. Yeah, those are good. Okay, I see what this step is doing here. All right, yeah. So, yeah, this bag's going together pretty quickly, which is a good thing. It means we're moving the build along. We'll probably come out closer to the lower end of my estimate at the current build rates. But I did want to allow time for it to run long just in case. So we may finish a lot earlier than I was anticipating. Hi, I have a new chatter, Nerdy Girl 1044. Is that how you say that? It says you're a raider. What were you doing on your stream? I'm building the evil version of the Millennium Falcon from Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy. That's what we're doing over here today. I'd say we're approaching the halfway point of the build. We've got the foundation. We're working on the interior structure now. A-Wing Fighter, is that the UCS? I can't imagine the regular sized A-Wing being big enough to be a stream by itself, but the UCS would be. Alright, that was not supposed to happen. Let's try this again. Yeah. I've been doing a lot of Lego on my channel. If you want to see my history of everything I do on my channel, I do have a YouTube channel of the same name where I post all my past streams. For the past 2 years, it's mostly been Lego streams, but I do some gaming occasionally. In years past, I've also been able to do some music, but I haven't really been able to do that in recent. I want to get back into doing some more music streams though, but I haven't been able to work out how to get in my current setup. But I've been doing a lot of Lego, and I've done some gaming in the past and want to get back to some of that. Yeah. By piece count, this is probably one of the biggest sets I've done on the channel. I've done the Mona Lisa. I've done, which was it? One of the Winter Village holiday sets. And the Chinese Festival Parade was also comparable in piece count. There's some other big sets on my channel. Oh yeah, and I've done the Onyx Cinder. That's a Star Wars one, so that's very relevant to the topic of conversation. But I've really been, over the past few months, trying to expand my fleet of Star Wars ships. Alright, let's see, that goes into here. Or at least it would. Yeah, there it goes. So now we put some brackets over the central column here. Did you stream the Coliseum? Because I can't imagine streaming a set that big. Okay. Yeah. I try to make sure I always have at least one set in my build queue that's not planned for stream, in case I just want to have a no camera, no pressure build session, just to build without having to do the extra work of running the camera with it. And then of course there's all the video processing after stream, and so there's a few sets in my collection that I did not do on stream. What it's doing now is it's having us line the inside of the internal column here. So that's why you can't really see what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm reaching in this big hole in the middle with the internal brackets and stuff. Okay, what's going on here? All right. This is actually the third part of a three-part stream. I did all four of the Rebuild the Galaxy sets. So at the end of stream, at the end of the build, if there's time, I might bring the other sets in and we can see the four of them together as they're meant to be, but maybe not. There's probably not enough room on my table. Yeah, alright, that step is done. We need to do this step. Let's go. This goes here, I think. Yeah. And there should be one more. Yeah. Over on this side. And now we have these pieces. Almost done with the bag. Still got a lot more bags to go. it wants me to do stickers right now. I guess we can. The interesting thing about these particular stickers, and it's 3 copies of the same sticker, but the interesting thing about these three particular stickers is that this is a design that on older versions of the Falcon used to be a print. So yeah, so there's a little bit of a downgrade there. And for a almost $200 set, you'd think there'd be less stickers and more prints, but Lego's not really doing that much with prints right now. Well, they do a lot of prints, it's just that they do so much more with stickers. So yeah, these 2 little pieces go here. And then this piece goes here. And then we get this big piece that goes here. And it's time for the next bag. Bag 9, we're going to see our 3rd character. And this character is the reason for the surfboard that we put on a little while ago. Oh wait, I see 2 character heads. We're getting 2 characters in this bag. Okay. That's cool. So we're getting the second of the 2 good guys in this bag. And the second of the 4 bad guys. Okay. So let's start with, okay, so this is going to be Beach Luke. Let's see. Smiley face with sunglasses or the worried face. We want the sunglass face. This is Beach Luke. The sunglasses are part of this version of the character's look. So we definitely want to go this way. Alright, let's find the hairpiece. And then we'll talk about the character after I get his bits together. Alright, where's the hair? There's the hair. No, that's the other guy's hair. Here's the pieces for the other guy. Alright, so where's Beach Luke's hair? There it is. And he has what can only be a blue milk carton as his accessory. that's cool. Is that the Anakin charm from episode 1? I can't really tell. Alright, so this is Beach Luke. He's got a blue milk drink. And yeah, the camera is once again not focusing on the characters. In Rebuild the Galaxy, Luke basically retired to the beach and became he's basically just a lazy surfer guy now in Rebuild the Galaxy. So that's Beach Luke. And here is the main bad guy of the first part of Rebuild the Galaxy. This is going to be, he gets the last of the cape pieces. Let me come in here and get the last cape out. So yeah, this is Darth Dev, short for Darth Devastator. He's the main character, Sig Griebling's brother. And when the galaxy rebuild happens, he forgets about his brother and becomes evil. Serious face or smirky face? We'll go with a smirky face. The Dark Falcon actually isn't his flagship in the show. It's just one of many ships in his service. The Dark Falcon is serviced by some of his minions. Darth Dev's flagship is a Star Destroyer inspired ship called the Separator, which is, of course, inspired by brick separators. But there is no Lego set of the Separator. So this is as good a ship as any to serve as his flagship for the physical models. And he gets his red lightsaber. Okay, so here's Darth Dev. He's got a regular cape, regular red lightsaber. Darth Rey works for him, as does the another character who we will see soon. Okay, let's get things going over here with the build. So we're going to start with a 2x build over here. So it looks like it's a one-page 2x, so nothing too terrible. So we'll build both copies, and then we'll turn the page to attach them. And actually, this is bag 9, right? Yeah. So if this is bag 9, that means we're actually due for a break after this bag. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. So yeah. There's the other one. 4 of these little bits. So yeah, gotta find it. There it is. And now with these all built up, I can put these on. So it looks like we're still filling in some of the structural bits here. Let me go ahead and build both of these, and then well, the one is on this side, so. Sorry, I was behind the instructions again. That's just a thing that's going to happen naturally. Here's the little detail bit that we're building now. And I'll go ahead and put on the one on this side, and then I'll come around and do the one for the other side. Okay, that's in. Now let's build another one of those. This goes here. I'll just line it up so that it gets connected. And no, it's not supposed to come all the way off like that. Let's try that again. There we go. Now it's on correctly. Okay, we're good to go. What's this step doing? Okay, it looks like we're doing some work in the cockpit area again. And it just got really dark outside, so we might have some rain coming in soon. Either that or a cloud just passed in front of the sun. This goes here, and then this piece will go here. And this whole assembly goes here. There's the one I want. So it looks like we're building up some of the shaping and detailing for the cockpit area right now. What's this doing? I think I see what it's doing. Okay, this one goes here. And then this one attaches to this one like this. So this one goes on like this. And that folds in like this, it looks like. So it looks like there's going to be a series of 3 stickers here. And these are going to all have to line up. So 3, 8, and 12. Alright, so we're going to wait and put the stickers on when we finish the assembly. And that way we can make sure everything's lined up properly. Okay, so this one goes here. Then we get this one that's the number 3, the number 8, and then the number 12. So yeah, I'm going to put those 3 stickers on shortly. I just want to get this assembly put together first. Okay. Okay. Okay, I can put the stickers on now. Let's just see how they're supposed to line up here. The sticker detail is dark gray and dark red on black, so it's probably not going to come up on camera, but I'll try and show you as soon as I finish placing this last sticker. So yeah, it's probably not going to show, but oh yeah, the stickers are coming up a little bit. They're pretty straight. They're not perfect. I'm not the best at Lego stickers, but I do the best I can. We're coming up on the end of the bag 9 now, which means it's almost time for our next break. So we have this assembly, which is looks like it's going to be a chunk of the wall. Oh yeah, this is that beam that goes over the top of the ship. where the cockpit connects to the center. Now, how does this... So it looks like this attaches into the turntable, and the turntable is what allows it to get the precise angle it needs to be at to fit. Okay. Give me a few moments to figure out this angle, because it's only going to go in at the 1%. There we go. So yeah, that beam is now fixed. This beam up here is now in place. So yeah, so that bag, basically what we were doing is we were setting up the part that we were setting up the exterior look for the cockpit's connection with the rest of the ship. Our ship is still wide and open. Let's get these little pieces out of here. That's a spare bit. I'm not going to concern myself with it. And where does this little wedge piece go? Over here. Securing that bit into place. Clever. Okay. So yeah, so we have another major bit of the structure right here going on, and this little section right here also of the exterior going on. There's a little bit of gapping, but that's going to happen with Lego. So it's time for bag 10. According to the instructions, which means according to the plan I set at the beginning of stream, we're going to take another little break now. I am going to stretch. You all should stretch as well. Get a snack, get a drink, do what you do during stream breaks. Jedi Vader, Darth Rey, Beach Luke, Darth Dev. We have 2 more characters coming, and this is where we are so far. It's already very heavy. And yeah, this is not going to be swooshable. Alright. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, so I'm back. That was a little bit of a longer break, but we're about at the halfway point now. So now let's try to get back into this. Hold on, is my audio not working? That was a little bit of a longer break. Hold on, let me see if I can get my audio working. I think I had an audio issue. Okay, is the audio working now? No drop frames, but the audio has a big delay. Hold on. Bear with me. Quick little technical issues at this halfway point. I do think we're running ahead of the time frame I estimated, though. Is this working now? I do think we're running ahead of the time frame I estimated, though. Okay, audio's fixed. All right. We're good to go. Let's bring the instructions back up. And I realized when I went into break, I realized coming out of break that I pushed the characters off screen. Sorry about that. But they have to be on the side table. And I have to move the table in order to get up. So that's a thing that's going to happen at break time. Let's get bag 10 open. Oh. 10 has a few more Technic pieces in it. We doing some more framework bits? Little bits of framework to support the upper structure, maybe? So bag 10 is open. Let's get going with the build now. No characters in 10. So let's turn this so it's facing me the way the instructions show it. Okay, I see how this is starting off here. Bag 10 is not a large piece pile. We'll be moved through this bag pretty quickly, I think. So it looks like we're starting to shape up and prepare for the front section of the ship. The bricks are on the outside, the brick texture. Probably because that's the side that's going to get covered up when we add the front of the ship, but that allows the texture to be on the inside of the ship, the straight texture. Oh, I see how that goes. Okay, so these go on the pre-existing pins that are deep inside the core of the foundation here. Like this. And then there's one more of those for the pin on this side. So yeah, those bits are in. Okay, this goes here. Okay, this will go here. Yeah, and it does look like we're doing some more of those little Technic bits from the beginning. Okay. Yeah, so we are doing a little bit more Technic on the front end of the ship here. This is what we're building up right now, is this area here. Hmm. Okay, hold on a second. I need to be able, there we go. I'm a little bit off camera right now, sorry about that. I need to be able, yeah, there we go. I can go back on camera now. Okay. So yeah, I'm putting some Technic pins in for future attachments that will finish the shaping for the front end of the ship here. And now we're going to do an assembly. This looks like, based on the pieces involved, that's going to be some more of the outer wall. Okay, what's going on here? Some more of, looks like we're doing another little section of wall here. Okay, and then this one goes here. And this one goes here. And then this one goes here. And with that, bag 10, once we put this section of wall on, bag 10 is going to be done. And so that just closes in some wall around this front quarter here. So this is that wall, this is the section of wall we just put in. These two panel assemblies here. Bag 11 is going to give us both of our remaining characters. We're going to start with the first version of C-3PO in my collection, but this is not a normal C-3PO. Here is Bounty Hunter C-3PO. What if, basically this is what would happen if C-3PO turned into an assassin droid. You can see he has a black arm and red eyes. I don't have any normal C-3POs yet, but it's cool to have a C-3PO finally in my collection because he is such a crucial, iconic character. And now let's go ahead and put together the final figure in the set. And then all 6 of our characters will be accounted for. Oh, and he's got a double-bladed lightsaber. Okay. First I'll show you him by himself. This is Darth Jar Jar. Basically, he's based on the meme that Jar Jar Binks was the Sith Lord behind Palpatine, who set up the whole Clone Wars and all that. And yeah, silly little theory, but Rebuild the Galaxy took the idea and ran with it. He gets a double-bladed red lightsaber. So even though there's 3 characters sporting red lightsabers here, they all their weapons are distinctly different. So that's cool. That's cool how they were able to differentiate that. And he also has this round transparent blue piece, which I think is supposed to represent the energy bombs that the Gungans used in Episode 1. At least I think that's what it represents. I'm not 100% sure. But it's a similar color to those. So here he is with his weapons. One of the more interesting LEGO Star Wars minifigures in my collection, that's for sure. But it's cool to finally have a Gungan. The Gungans are iconic to the prequel era, especially Episode 1, where they have major plot significance. So it's cool to finally have a Gungan in my collection of LEGO Star Wars minifigures. Okay, so the figure lineup is complete. Let's proceed with the build. Bag 11 looks like we're starting with an assembly here. So with all the characters accounted for, um, it means we can just focus on the build for the rest of this. There is one more built-in break before we finish, because we still have a long while to go. But things are really starting to come together with the structure of the ship now. Okay. I'm not sure what part of the ship this assembly is going to be, but I guess we'll find out when I finish putting it to. Oh, you know what I think this is based on the shape? This is a throne for one of the bad guys. This has the very distinctive shape of Palpatine's throne, but it's gray instead of black. That's an interesting inclusion. Of course, on a ship full of bad guys, of course one of them would want to have a throne. So here's what the throne looks like, close up. You can see it's very clearly inspired by Palpatine's throne. Okay, and you know what this? This hooks up in front of the Kyber crystal shrine, hiding it. That's pretty clever. So you pull the throne out and there's a secret Kyber crystal hiding behind it. That's an interesting choice, and easily removable, but holds steady and tight and isn't going to fall out on its own when clipped in. So that's what the throne looks like when inserted into the ship like that. And now we have a hinge base, which means either we're going to have a hinge section, or we're going to have a section that uses, either we're going to have a section that moves, or we'll have a section that uses hinging for precise angling, which is a technique that a lot of modern sets use, is using using hinges to get precise angling. There's going to be 3 separate stickers on this assembly here, so let me go ahead and put it together so I can make sure all the stickers line up, and then I'll do the stickers so that everything lines up. Okay, so 4, 5. So this is definitely some kind of control unit going on here, or at least some machinery going on. But it's not the cockpit, so I'm not entirely sure what all this represents, but it's got a lot of machinery stuff going on this little assembly here. Our next 3-part stream is going to be expanding my Jurassic collection, but that won't be for a little while. We have a lot of one-off streams coming up. So that's what this section looks like with all those stickers attached. It's a lot of machinery and circuitry and controls going on. And this goes onto the hinge base here. So it looks like we're doing some more of the internal stuff in this bag. How does this all go? Alright, and I need to build 2 of these. So let's do that again. Yeah, there is no way this is fitting into my storage solution. I'll have to come up with something else for this one. Okay, so we have 2 of these little units. Okay, how are we lining up here? So this one goes in here. I think that's how they're meant to line up. So I'm guessing that's beds. have another 2X unit going on here. And these will include stickers. So I'll build both of them, and then I'll do all 4 of the stickers, and then I'll put them on. This parts pile contains a printed video game controller. We'll see how that gets used shortly, I guess. Okay. All right, before I put those on, how does the sticker line up? The longer side of the pattern. All right, let's do some stickers. Okay. So yeah, those bits we put on earlier. These 2 things right here are beds, as far as I can tell. It looks like what we're putting in now is some seating. Only 10 stickers left on the sticker sheet. I have a feeling 6 of them are going to be done in the same step. So here's the chairs we just made. We made 2 of these chairs. Okay, and we get some more of these round translate blue bits that Jar Jar's holding. So this must be his personal stash of those Gungan energy bombs. He also gets one in a crate. So here's the little crate that we're putting in the back of the ship here. And here's a little table, which is going to have the game controller on it. So here's the printed game controller. Clearly, somebody on the Falcon is going to play video games. And here's going to be the screen for the video games, it looks like. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool reference there. So this is the screen for the video game. You can see in this version of the Falcon, the classic Dejaric holochess table has been replaced with a video game console, but the game being played on the video game unit is the Dejaric holochess. So that's a cool reference there. So yeah, here's a nice little video gaming area over here in the back of the ship. Okay. There's another sticker piece here, which I'm assuming is going to be the game case, which holds the game disc. Now that's very crooked. And actually, I'm curious. No, that's still very crooked. I need to Google something real quick. I want to see what the Orabesh on the sticker means. So that's a credits icon. That's E. J. I think. A. R. Oh, no, that DJ. Okay. I see what it's doing. This is a very clever sticker indeed. Okay. I got it. Let's bring the browser back up, back to the instructions, and let me see. It's not going to focus, but here's the game case. And there's some Aurebesh. Aurebesh is the alphabet for Galactic Basic. And though the letters on this game case, even though it's not focusing, they actually say Dejaric, which is the name of the holochess game. That's a very clever use of Aurebesh. Well, it's not a very clever use of Aurebesh. It's just the name of the game, but it's a cool reference how they use the Star Wars alphabet in the set, and kind of a hidden reference. Sorry about the focus issues. Still haven't figured out how to deal with that. So it looks like this next section is going to be the actual game console, where you actually play the game. I mean, where you put the game in. Because we have the screen, we have the controller, we have the game case, but we don't actually have the console inserted into the ship yet. So I'm assuming that's what this is going to be right here. Yeah. It's a nice little video game console next to the screen. Alright. Which means I missed a piece somewhere. I have to go back a bit and see where I forgot to put the piece in. One of the chairs. That's why this chair was loose. Okay, let me fix the chair. Sorry about that. Okay, the chair has been restored. The chair has been completed. We can move on with bag 12. We just hit the 4-hour mark of stream, so we're moving pretty solidly within the time estimates that I had for the stream. Is going to start with an assembly. I think I know what this unit's going to be. Let's build on a little more before I make a guess officially. Oh yeah, I know what this is. So now we have to go onto the bottom of the ship. And we gotta turn this whole ship over. And we gotta look at this from the bottom for a little bit. And this assembly is the entrance ramp. And it goes on those clips left over from the very beginning on that hole in the bottom of the ship. Like this, and then it'll fold closed. And while we're looking at the bottom of the ship, it has us doing a little bit more structural stuff down here. Why is there a ball joint pin in the bottom of the ship? I guess we'll find out soon. But not yet, I don't think. There we go. And this goes over the hole in the bottom of the ship. So it looks like with this bag, we're doing some structural stuff on the bottom of the ship here. Okay, where's the other piece I need? There it is. Okay, so, all right. So this is the bottom turret, or a representation of the bottom turret. Because remember, the Falcon has two turrets, one on top, one on bottom, that mirror each other. So yeah. The quad laser turrets of the Falcon are another iconic part of the ship. Here's what it looks like. And I assume we're going to build another one of these for the top later on. But this attaches to that ball joint. And then folds down. But now the ship cannot be put right side up. Yes, it can. We're building the landing gears. This is a 4X build, so I'm going to build all four. And then we will put them on when we turn to the next page. That's an assembly within the assembly. So I'll build all 4 of these feet, and then I'll build all 4 of the connectors, and then I'll put everything together. I'm sorry about the characters not being in the front of the screen, but that's not manageable the way we have to do this stream. So I'll show off the characters for one more close-up of each when we get to the end of the stream. I'll show them off again. Maybe I'll take the time to move them forward for the last break as well. So we got the 4 feet. Now I have to build the 4 connector sections. And then I can just push them into the feet. And then we can put these on. And these pieces are tiny, which is why they're not really on camera right now. So we have our bottom turret in place, and we have the landing gears we're about to put on. So the important details from the bottom of the ship are now going to be in place. I see some more of the turret bits, so we'll probably be building the top turret as well while we're here. Okay, the little connectors are on. Let's get these. Where do these insert? Oh, I see where they insert. The gears do not retract, but that's okay because this is a big, bulky ship, and that would create stability issues. And we are going to be turning it right side after this assembly, so I'm going to flip this over. And now it sits straight again. But again, here's one more look at the bottom there. You can see the turret. You can see the 4 landing gears in position. And, yeah. It's structurally straight now. Let's continue on with this assembly now. There's the other piece. Oh, you know what I think we're doing here? Let's keep building it up a little more. But I think simulated seating for the gunner turrets. Obviously the gunner turrets themselves are too small, but you can have guys sit on this and pretend like they're doing the gunner turrets. I probably won't go through that bother, but Okay, so this is a little seating cart for two characters to sit as if they were going to man the turrets. I'm probably not going to use this feature on account of the fact that the turrets themselves are micro scale, and the gunners. Well, it's a representation of the gunners being able to do what they're supposed to do. But I probably won't end up seating anyone there, because then you won't be able to see them. So now it looks like we're going to create the upper side of the gunning area. And we're going to get another sticker before we finish this section. This assembly, I mean. Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be the gunner window, or a representation of the gunner window. So this is that section we just put together. You can see the sticker there representing the gunner's window. But it's not an actual window. It's just a sticker. And this part goes down like this and represents the top of the ship. And now we have an assembly here to represent the upper gun, the top side turret. And this one also has a sticker. And then all that's left are 6 identical stickers for some of the back detail. So until we get to that part of the ship, we're done with stickers. For a little while at least. The upper turret is a little bit more of a build-up than the lower turret, but that's to be expected because this one will be very visible in the final build, and the lower turret will not be so much because it's under everything. So here's the turret assembly for the top. And this gets put onto the little turntable like this. And spins, and this whole turret can spin around and angle up and down. So the turret spins, and then this whole unit can open up so you can access the gunner seats that slide into the core of the ship like this. Kind of a dumb way to do gunner seats, but given the scale of the ship, a little bit clever. At least it's there and represented. It's such an important part of the ship's, of how this ship operates. So I'm glad they included that. So bag 13. And I see a little bit of technique going on here. Not too much. Okay, we're doing an assembly over here. Based on the inset picture, this might be one of the sections for the front. Which means we're going to go on break with the ship once again no longer being symmetrical. Because it looks like the next bag is going to have the other side of what this assembly is for. Is that gap supposed to be there? Yeah, I think it is. But yeah, this is bag 13, which means as per the stream schedule I set up at the beginning of stream, when we finish this bag, we'll be due for our third and final break. Oh, and we also have a flick fire brick. We have a flick fire missile brick in this parts bag. We haven't opened up the missiles yet, but I do have in front of me the missiles from the other stream. I haven't put them away yet, so I'll be able to test it on the spot. And then never arm the missiles again, like we do here. This little section is going together efficiently, which is a good thing. When I get up for break, I'll see if I could find some way to move the characters into shot. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do so, though. But yeah, this part's going together very quickly. We'll be on break very shortly. About 4.5 hours in. So yeah, we're actually running on the lower end of the time estimate that I had set for the stream, which is actually pretty good. It means I'm getting more efficient with my building. We'll test the flick fire brick at the end of the assembly. But it goes here like this. Okay, this one goes here, and then here, and then another plate over here. And then we cover over we continue filling up the plate work here. Oh, I see how this goes. Wow. And now you can't really see what I'm doing right now. Sorry about that. On the next break, I am going to check my phone to make sure I didn't miss anything important. Um, but I won't be long with that. So we just built this section, which is going to go on the front of the ship here. It's going to slide into these pins, hopefully, like this. Yeah. So now we have this little section attached. Let's keep going. We still have a few pieces left in this parts pile before we can take our break. Wow, this thing is truly massive. And another layer of connection security with this little one-way axle. If I can just get my fingers into there. It's kind of in an awkward position, but let's line things up so that the axle will push through. Yeah, and that section is now secured. And we have another little assembly to do here. Okay. I'm gonna get a little spacer. And then this goes here. I'm not really sure what this section represents yet, but it will go here. I think. It shows it going in here. But it's not attaching for some reason. Let me get a little bit closer myself. So yeah, this is that little assembly we put together, but I have no idea what it's supposed to be. It is some kind of machinery though. up because it's tiled. There is a clip. Oh, I see how it goes. Okay. It clips on to the piece we had before like this. I'm not entirely sure what that piece of machinery is, but the reason it wasn't attaching is because it's tiled on the bottom. It clips in like that though. It wants to be in this orientation though, facing outward. Maybe it's part of the support since it looks like it needs to be angled precisely. I'm not sure. We'll see what ends up going on with that little bit later. But that's what we just attached in right there. I'm not sure what that little bit represents. Bag 14. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. This will be our final break. We just passed the 4.5 hour mark. So we're actually on target for the lower end of my estimate. And going into the final break, you can see most of the shaping is there. A lot of the detailing is there. We still have to do, we have to do the other side of the front here. And we have to do all the covers and stuff. But the ship's recognizable now. You can tell what it's get. Well, it's been recognizable for a while, but it's really coming together now, like more than before. We're doing well with this build, and it's coming together a lot efficiently, I'll say. I think we're gonna finish at right around the 6.5 hour mark. And I was estimating needing 8 for this one, so we're doing pretty good. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will see you shortly. Okay, so I hope you had a good break. There'll be no more breaks. We're in the final quarter of the build now. You can see the ship is mostly together at this point. All the structural stuff is together. We just need to continue doing some of the outer detailing at this point. All the characters are established, and I will show them off again at the end of stream. And let's pull the instructions back up now. And we are good to go to begin bag 14. And bag 14 will be the front assembly for the other side. So basically what we just did... Oh, I forgot to test the missile thing. Where was it in the assembly? Right at the front there. Okay. I don't see an obvious place to... Yeah. This is one of the models that encloses the missile. So, yeah, but it leaves an exposed hole you can go in and press to launch. Okay, that first missile block does work correctly. So let's proceed with our build and set up the other section now. Let's see, do I... Yeah, I do see that little detail. Sorry, I got sidetracked for a moment. Let's keep going. Yeah, I think it'll be... I think the rest of this build is going to be pretty efficient. The whole build has gone a lot... Or... It's gone pretty efficiently, more than I could have predicted. So that's a pretty good thing. It means, like I said, I'm getting more efficient with my building. Yeah. Okay, this one goes here, and then this one goes here. Okay. So yeah, this bag's going together very quickly, but when you're doing the second side of a mirror and you know how it's going to go, it tends to go a little bit quicker than the first time through. Here's our other missile launcher for this side. And now we're putting in the paneling and finishing for this side. almost ready to attach this section. Did I remember to turn the audio back on? Let me check. Yeah, we're good to go. Let's keep building. So this one will pin in over here on these pins. And then we get the little assembly to secure it. Well, not quite secured because we also have to put the other little pin on. But this assembly helps to secure it. And now we just gotta put this pin in. If my finger can get over there. Yeah, so now I just gotta line it up until it pushes through. And this side is now secure. And wow, that's a heavy ship. I definitely would not recommend one-handing this ship. You definitely want two hands to handle this ship. Bag 15. Okay, so I'm guessing with these last few bags, we're going to start the plating for the top, the coverings for the ship. Yeah, the inset picture suggests that. So let's go ahead and start putting that together then. I want to make sure I get one of these wedges that's going the right way. We have some more hinge pieces going on here. Okay, so the hinge pieces here are to set up shaping, it looks like. Yeah, they're here to set up shaping. Okay, am not sure what I'm looking at in the instruction picture here. I think it's showing to do this. That's our rule. Are we switching? It looks like we're switching color. Is that supposed to happen? Yeah, it does switch color on a few of these wedges. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we're building part of the coverings for the top of the ship now. And we need another section of hinge here. And now we have to do an assembly here. This is still quite very floppy. Maybe this will help secure some of these sections in. It's a little less floppy, but still kind of. Alright. And here's a row of hinges. Maybe this will help make it even less floppy. Yeah. So yeah, these extra hinges in the middle of the plates here, these lock in the wedges so the thing doesn't fan out anymore. This is now one solid chunk of rounded cover. Okay, and then there's this piece here. And then this piece. Okay, there was a little bit of dust on this piece, or on this assembly, I should say. Okay, so yeah, these are the big circular tiles that those last 6 stickers are going to be put onto. But I'm going to wait. If it tells me to start the stickers, I'm going to wait until I have all 6 of these on. And then do all 6 stickers at once so I can make sure I have everything facing the correct direction. But I just know that these big circular tiles are where it's going to tell me to put those stickers. Yep, called it, but we're going to wait on that, like I said. So it looks like we're going to finish this section, and then we're going to build in this bag one more surface section, and then the last 2 bags will be more surface sections. There's the piece I need. Okay, so this is the surface section, the first of the surface sections, and basically these top level these top level sections are gonna be able to open up so that you can see inside. It's only got 1 point of connection there. That's not very sturdy. Because there's a little bar piece that goes in to those open studs next to it and holds it in place. Can I get this connection going? I need to turn this so that I can Get my finger in there. So yeah, this bar piece goes in and secures that all together. And so now this section can be opened up freely and is secure. That's not going anywhere. This flap can open, you can see inside. And our first bit of the surface of the ship is together now. And there is a little bit of gapping. That's going to be something that is going to happen with the Falcon's design just by nature of how Legos work. But the gapping doesn't look all that bad compared to some of the older models of the Falcon. It does feel a little wobbly, but once you rest it down. So now looks like we're gonna begin building another little section here. When this is over, I got mac and cheese to have for dinner tonight. I'm really so good. I'm a sucker for a good mac and cheese. Where's that other piece? There it is. So yeah, I'm gonna say this is definitely probably one of my favorite Lego Star Wars builds that I've done so far on this channel. Interesting greebling use of the I don't even know what to call this piece, but it's got a nice little pipe look to it. Okay, that's good. And this one will get 2 more of those stickers. And another bar. If I open this up and away, I can get my finger into there to close up this little section here. Let's get this section secured up. And now let's fix those little detail bits that we just accidentally toppled. And you know what? Since we're working in the back, let's point the turret away from where we're working. So that's another little section for the back, and I would assume that the rest of this parts pile is for this last open quarter here that we need to close up. Yeah, it shows us beginning another assembly here. So yeah, not too difficult. Some really nice building techniques throughout this whole model, that's for sure. I definitely had a lot of fun with this one. Or I should say, am having a lot of fun with this one, because we're not finished yet. And this piece will have the last 2 of those big circular tiles. So once I get this section assembled and attached, I will be able to put those last 6 stickers on. That's cool how this section all comes together. Okay. That's a pretty big piece to be missing. Let's check our bag 15 in here. I seem to be missing a... Did I mess something up somewhere? Yes, I did. Yeah. This This wedge right here is supposed to be the gray one. That's why I couldn't find the other wedge. Let's get this all patched back up. And now with that corrected, we can proceed with the little assembly here. Okay. Sorry, I was off camera again. Well, technically not off camera, but behind the instructions. So yeah, off camera. Okay. And with those in place, this section is now secured up. And we can just finish. We can just put in another layer of strength and wrap it up with this assembly. Oh, I keep knocking things around on the inside here. See, does that actually... I know I keep referring back to the other one, but we have precedence for what's been done here, so... I'm getting hungry, but we only have 2 bags left, so I can wait it through. It's interesting that the gray wedge isn't in the same place on the 2 sections. Or is it? No. picture. I'm looking at the picture real quick. Okay, and then we get these big circular tiles. They get the sticker. Okay. And this section will attach in same way we've done the others. And then I have the little bar piece to push through. And hold on. Yeah. I forgot a little piece here. Let's put that on real quick. So now let's get the bar. Let's push the bar in and secure this section. And then this one can go in like this. And the back of our Falcon is now covered. Before we pull out bag 16, we have to go on and do those six stickers. Bear with me for a few minutes while I do these. This particular sticker detail, that is copied 6 times. On previous versions of the Falcon, this was a print, not a sticker. So I'm not sure why they cheaped out for this, which is one of the more expensive play scale Falcons they've done. But it's okay, as long as I can get these to be fairly lined up. They're mostly centered. I'm not too concerned with these being absolutely 100% perfect, because it's the back end of the ship. As long as they're good enough. Yeah, I think those came out nicely. A few of them are a little off center, but overall I think I did those stickers nicely. Here's our empty sticker sheet. We no longer need this. And with that, we can go into, so here's the back of the ship with the stickers attached. Let's see, you can see the detailing there, those circular grills on the back end of the ship there. And then of course, to get to the inside of the ship, all you have to do is lift up these 3 flaps like this, and the ship opens up and you can play inside. And when you're done playing inside, you can just close up your panels. like that. There was one. There's one plate feature that yeah. So there's one plate feature I just want to see. Yeah, you can access it from this back corner here. But yeah, you can lower the ramp as well. So from under the ship, you can see you can open the ramp down here. Is there a way to get to it from the outside? Not really, no. There's no comfortable way to you have to push that open from the inside. And I just popped something out of alignment here. Give me a minute. Oh, that's what this piece. Okay. So now I'm gonna position the ship such that you can see the front end of the ship, because we're going to do some stuff to cover over the front end. But I guess we got to show the cockpit side first, because it says bags with bag 16. We'll also need the 2 cockpit covers. Wow, this ship is massive. It's a lot bigger than I was anticipating, looking at the piece count and the pictures. There is no way this fits into my storage bags. I don't even know if they make a baggie this size. And it says we're going to need these 2 pieces. So let me go ahead and pull them out. And I'll set them over here until the instructions call for them. So we're going to start with putting these 3 pieces together to build. So this is the canopy we're building for the cockpit area. It's got a very nice trans red and black look going on. And now we got to do the things that strengthen up this assembly. I'll show you the section when I finish before I put it on, because this is a very nice bit of Lego right here. Even if it is a supersized specialized piece. This is it looks like we're going to be doing some more of the coverings for the front end of the ship as well. With this bag. Okay, so this is the cockpit cover. Very nicely detailed with the trans red and the black. Very Sithy looking, which is kind of the idea, I think. I have to turn the ship around so that I can see what I'm doing. But yeah, so This whole section slides over the. It looks like there's enough seating in the cockpit for two people. You can probably squeeze a third in if they're a very basic figure that doesn't have a lot of accessories. But this cover slides on like this and covers like this, and now the whole cockpit is secured and inside the ship now instead of sitting off to the side. It's now the cockpit is now complete and secured. And now we're going to begin, it looks like, another surface covering. Now the front section is a bit straighter in nature, so it's probably not going to be quite as complex as those sections in the back were in terms of assembly details. Still some weird shaping to get through. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to finish ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. We're at the 5.5 hour mark of stream right now, and we're in the second to last bag. We only have about 30 pages left of instructions as well, so we're actually almost done for tonight here. Oh, there was supposed to be a little bit of a gap there. No matter, it's fixed. Yeah, this panel, this cover section is coming together very nicely. There's the piece I need. This one goes here. I am thinking about getting the white version of the Falcon from Solo to display next to this one. It would be cool to have one of the standard gray versions too, but they've done so many of those, and everyone's used to seeing the gray Falcon, so. But I'll take a look and see the feasibility of getting the white one. It's long retired, so it may not be a possibility. We'll see. I'll have to see what the eBay rates are for the white Solo Falcon. Okay, so this is gonna clip. Okay, so this clips on over here. That's what that little assembly was for in the corner there by the cockpit. It's to clip on this piece. I need to. What's going on here? Alright, I need to turn the ship around so I can see what I'm doing. But yeah, this closes up nicely into this position. And we'll turn the turret towards the back, out of the way. And now it has us doing stuff here with this. And it has this going into this pin here on the inside like that. And now I have another little bit to build here. I'm not sure what this section is going to be, but what this section does, but we will find out soon enough, I guess. Not sure what all these clips are for. We'll find out. Unless they're just meant to be greebles. Yeah, I think they're just meant to be greebles, these clips. But there are pieces that clip into them for that purpose. Almost done with bag 16. And then we only have one bag left to complete the Falcon. Which I would assume is going to be the surface panel for this quarter here in the front here. Okay, that's interesting. That's how they get that angle going. All right. So this slots in to this pin over here. Let me push this one out of the way first. And then this one will slot into this pin. And then this comes up and will secure itself in to the pinhole underneath like that. And then this whole unit, let's pull this one out of the way. This whole unit, all right, let me show you. So to get that angle, they have some technique going on here with some pins down here. And this whole section just slides down and into position like this over the top of the ship, center of the ship like this. And then you can just close up this panel too. You want to have that panel closed first, and then you can close up this panel. You want to have that all the way closed, and then this one can go down. But I'm not so sure I have it lined up correctly because it doesn't appear to be going all the way down. Is this in the way? Yeah, that's how it needs to be. So to have this one, you want to have this one in first, I think, and then you can push this one down all the way, and this will hold the other. Hold on, I don't think I'm getting this closed properly. I wish the picture was more clear. I'm going ahead a bit to see. Alright, so it's not supposed to be closed yet, apparently. Because here you're attaching the other piece, and this piece is still up and forward. Let me look at the picture. Yeah. So let's go back and get out bag 17 and start this assembly. And then we can worry about this top panel here. So bag 17 is going to be the cover panel for this quarter here, which has the beds in it. Last bag of the stream here. We're just under the 6-hour mark. So I'm guessing 6.5 hours is a good estimate. And I see the flick fire missiles for the set. I'll go ahead and set those aside because we've already, well, now that we have the missiles that actually go with this set, let me go ahead and test them, because I don't think we actually tested the second side. But before I do that, I need to pick up the two pieces that just got yeeted off the table, which is one of the characters, and he lost his accessories. So let me get that all back together. The bag 17 parts pile doesn't look all that substantial at all. So we're pretty much almost there at this point. Let me give him back his accessories, and then we will proceed with the with a build here. You can see the Falcon is taking up the entire space of my table. Plenty of stud space on top to stand the figures for display. Okay, he's a little top heavy, but he can use the saber as his third leg, like I sometimes do. Alright, let's take a missile. Let's test the 2 missile bricks real quick. Okay, that one works. Now I'm going to come in and test the one on this side. Okay, the one on that side works. The missiles are good. Let us proceed with bag 17. Bag 17 is going to start with the final cover assembly. This is going to be, again, similar to what we've just been doing for the last little while. But this is the last bit of the repetition. This is the last section we have to cover up here. And then we have to figure out how the middle portion closes in. I wonder who will be available for a raid tonight, since we need to start thinking about that. I can tell you Brett's not going to be on tonight because he ended up doing a 9-hour stream and it was up till like 7 o'clock in the morning finishing his game. He did a super marathon, so I know he's taking the night off. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I'm getting really hungry, but that's okay because we're right at the end now. So as soon as we're done, I'm going to go make some dinner. And then I'm going to clean up after that. So yeah, this last cover panel is almost ready for attachment. Okay, well that piece is not in my pile. It doesn't look like. Hold on. Did I have a piece go on the floor? Give me a minute, because I'm missing a piece that is probably critical. It's not under that one, not under these. No, there it is. It rolled behind one of my figures where I couldn't see it. We're good. Alright, what was I doing? I was retrieving the piece. And it looks like we're doing the assembly for the dish now, which looks like the last major detail to be built up here. Oh, that's cool. So it looks like the dish has a miniaturized cannon going on. So yeah, the dish is not a communications dish, but some kind of super laser. perfectly parallel here, perfectly centered, and it's noticeable. Now it's no longer noticeable, so we're good to go at this point. So yeah, it's got a little bit of a super laser thing going on here. Now I need to pull this closer so I can do my attachment. And then of course the bar that secures it. And now this is going to show me how this top part goes down. So, looks like, alright, so with all the quarters down, and this quarter falling apart, so that's fixed now. And with all the quarters down, this part folds down and rests on top like this. Is the gap, let me look at the picture again, because I don't think the gap is supposed to be that, maybe it is supposed to be that wide. Okay. Oh, that's how it's done. You're supposed to press this piece into the exposed studs on the body to get that angle. That's how it's done. I missed that part somehow. I also dropped my mouse, so let me retrieve it. Okay. And it's showing to this section fragmented a little bit. Let me get in here and fix this quarter, because this quarter decided to implode on itself. Of course, it's going to eat out of my hand when I'm trying to fix it. Let's just see what else the instructions has. This shows how to use the flick fires. Okay, so there's a clip above the bed to store the spare missile. Alright, that's what this picture's trying to show me. It wasn't clear. Alright, so that's showing pressing down on the ramp to open it. Opening the cockpit to put a pilot in. And of course the finished picture, the advertisement page. I'm going to turn the instructions off and then go back in the instructions to that other panel so I can figure out how to fix this thing, this section that imploded on me just now. But yeah, we're done with the build now, and we'll bring the figures back in a few minutes. We just passed the 6-hour mark of stream. It's still early in the evening. There's a bonus build I could do, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to call it once I finish fixing this thing. Alright, that's too far back. That's the previous panel. Alright. I don't know why this panel decided to fragment on me. Alright, this is where I start paying attention. So this panel goes in like this. And then this section goes on like this, and I think that, yeah, that resolves, that fixes the panel. So then these panels close up, and then this part comes up, and it's supposed to connect to those studs, and then yeah, those studs on the corners of those there, like that, and then press in, and then connect to those studs. But doing so, I just knocked the whole ship off of. Doing so damages this section. So maybe that's not how it's meant to close up. Alright, let's go back to where this panel closes up and see if I can figure out how the arrows are pointing. Yeah, so these studs are supposed to be and we're actually done with the separator as well, so I'll set that aside. And so the stud's supposed to be there, and then the stud's supposed to be on this corner. Okay, so it shows it just resting on top like this. Good enough for me. From the front, how's it look? The gapping is real in the front. And of course, it did it again. Every time I try and close that flap, it breaks this piece. see. There we go. Fixed again. And I'm just going to gently, if I can, okay, I think what's supposed to happen is, yeah, the push pin was getting caught. That's why it wasn't going down in. But it's fine now. We got it fixed. All right. We fixed that opening. We fixed that front flap so you can open all the flaps and to get inside the ship. Everything opens up and you have a full access to the interior. You have a video gaming area back here. I'm not even going to try and rotate and show things off too closely. The hyperdrive core. There's a little holding cell. A crate with an energy bomb. The turret. There's a throne in there. Behind the throne, a hidden kyber crystal. 2 beds. Some structural bits. If you open up the gunner station, you can seat 2 gunners inside on this little platform. And if you open up, you can pull off the front of the cockpit here. So you can put a pilot in. You can seat 2 figures in the cockpit there. And then to close it up, you just reattach this section here. And then also inside, you can press down here and that will open. You can't even see from the top there. You can kind of see a little bit. We just opened the landing ramp here, which I can then reach under and push closed. There's not really a way to open that from the outside though. So then we come in, we can fold it all up, close it up. Oh, it's not even 8:30 yet. It's only 6¼ hours and we finished our build already. And then we just fold this bit up and we rest it gently on top. And our Falcon is closed. And yeah, definitely want to hold this one with 2 hands. Swoosh test. It's far too heavy for satisfying swooshing. Fastest ship in the galaxy. You just have to pretend that part. If you come over here and look at the dish, you can see a super laser going on there. And I think, yeah, we're not going to bother trying to get everything else on screen because this ship takes up the whole table. And then, of course, the thruster ring at the back. Yeah. My new flagship of my Star Wars fleet, that's for sure. It's far bigger than any of my other ships. Alright, for purposes of the exit scene, let's do close-ups of the characters, and we'll just stand them on top of the ship, because there's plenty of studs for them to stand on up here. So we have Darth Jar Jar. We'll set him here so he's more prominent. Jedi Vader. Darth Rey. I'm trying to get inside here so I can position her. Let me pull it a little bit closer. It's a little bit awkward to get onto the panels, but alright, so Darth Rey is now in a position. Darth Dev, the main bad guy of the sequence. He'll go over here. Beach Luke. And Bounty Hunter Assassin C-3PO. Actually, Legends did a 3PO unit who was a Bounty Hunter Assassin type. Okay, now with all 6 characters kind of in the view, Darth Dev, Beach Luke, Bounty Hunter Assassin 3PO, Jedi Vader, Darth Jar Jar, and Darth Rey over here. And actually, let's just put her there so I can turn her more towards the camera like that. The view is not the greatest of all the figures, but at least they have a place to be. I can't really stand them in front because the ship is so big. But yeah, one last look at the top of the ship and some of the side details there. Definitely want to two-hand this one, especially if you're going to try and swoosh it. And hold on, because it looks like this panel wants to come apart now. But this one should be a, yeah. Alright, no biggie. That's resolved. That just rests on top like that. And we are good to go here. Let's see who our raid options are for tonight. One second. All right, let's see who our raid options are tonight. Kuya Sai is the only musician on, and I think he's one of the ones who doesn't allow raids. I think he's one of the ones who blocks raids. Let me see. I'm going to attempt to raid Kuya Sai Music. We'll see what happens. Well, this was a fun weekend. 3 streams featuring the 4 sets of LEGO Rebuild the Galaxy in order to celebrate the release weekend of the the new part. I'll be watching the series at some point during this week, probably Wednesday. And yeah, this was fun. I'll see you soon. We'll have more Lego. We'll have some gaming coming up. Um, we have a lot of stream. We have a lot of exciting stream content planned for the next few months, especially in the Lego department. So we're gonna go try to rate Kuyasai music. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Yeah, he blocks raids. Let's see. John Lee is showing up. Let me see if he's doing an actual stream, if he's actually live, or if he's doing his pre-recorded video. Of course, it's forcing me to look at an ad. Well, we're ahead of schedule. If you count break time, the talking time at the beginning, and break time, we actually came in at under 6 hours. The stream itself is at just over 6 hours and 20 minutes. If you count the 3 breaks, we're probably in at 5 hours 50 minutes or so of actual build time. Maybe. I'm not sure. No, John Lee is doing his pre-record. This is not good. I don't have anyone to... I don't have anyone to go to right now, I don't think. I'm going to look at the live channel recommendeds on the left and see if anyone is towards the beginning of their stream. Give me a moment to figure out if I can do a raid situation. It's going to be, if I do a musician, it's going to have to be someone completely new. Even if I go non-musician, there's still only one choice. And it's a stream I'm not particularly into. I'm just looking at a couple of these listings from the music group. Who looks good? They've only been streaming an hour and a half. They'll be around for a while. Oh, this one has a guitar and a keyboard. Yeah, I like the multi-talented musicians like that. This one's doing karaoke. Alright, I guess we're going to try to go to Lily Melodies, who I have never seen before, so let us see if it lets me do the raid. I like to raid out to music. I know nothing about this musician. Okay, we've created the raid, and now we're going to go out and listen to some music. This was a really fun build. Definitely one of the highlights of my collection now that it's in front of me. Yeah. Yeah, this was totally worth the almost $200. This is lots of weight. It's a very heavy build, too. Yeah. This is my new flagship. Alright, we're ready to raid, so have a good night. May the Force be with you, and I will see you soon.
Now there's a ton about, maybe because I'm true.